You hurt me, you did, several times. It hurts to admit that we're no different. I find it hard to commit, but you don't even try. Still I'm better with than without you. Oh, I'm on it, I want it, but why do you seem to call it your eyes? I can't tell if you're here or you're out there. Do you wanna be out there? You don't need to be Prince Charming to me. I just need this to be real. I don't need no fairy tale. happen to me. I just need this to be real. I don't need no fairy tale. You don't need a killer, pregnant for me. Ooh, I don't need no fairy tale. past my reflection, thinking about what you mentioned. It was supposed to be the one to take every last pain away. Nothing on our loving, maybe time told us that we were different. Did it break you down? Staring at the ceiling, fighting off a feeling. One more minute, 'cause I just don't wanna come down. Don't wanna go back to how I used to be.
Round and round we go, losing self-control. I keep telling myself, but I don't wanna let you know. Is this what we become? Strangers on the run, looking for something, chasing the sun. All those days, trying to find a place where you and me can just be alone, alone. All those nights, lying by your side, like it's a bright, feeling it shine under your spotlight. Like it's a vibe under your spotlight. That's the way every day goes. Looking back, I know we started falling. We were falling in love, yeah. Took my heart and you wrote off. Was I feeling never enough for you, baby? When you left me chasing you, chasing you. Trying to find a place where we can be alone. All those nights, lying by
empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Don't stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the Tahoe closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe.
Ladies and gentlemen, heralds and immortals, and everyone in between, my name is Dodai. Welcome to Winterbear vs. Nemiga Gaming. One last obstacle until you can finally face off against Zero Tenacity. That is the question. Who is going to be facing off Z10? Answers right here, right now, as of course Winterbear taking a page out of Tundra's book, who have just won in the just won a ticket to the upper bracket finals against Yandex by playing Alchemist 3 times in a row. I'm gonna be curious though if Lantana can deliver a similar performance in general and live up to that expectation. But still, Kovis9 sticking to the Pangolier to my detriment, personally, as I am not a big fan of the hero overall. But when it comes to Kovis9, he had a pretty good performance in the previous series on the hero himself, as Serenata didn't really enjoy it in and of it, in and of itself. But yeah, as Pangolier did take a little bit of a hiatus when 7.40 was released. At the same time, Kovis9 has had 17 games played with the hero so far, and it looks like he will be looking to continue that semi-successful streak as of yet, with a 58% win rate overall. It's not as bad, but Batrider, a classic counter to the Pango. You can even lasso the ball itself. It can still hurt you, I'll just be honest there. So it's not a 10 out of 10 solution, that is. But as we're looking down the barrel, we are still looking for a potential mid laner here for Nemiga. It's not out of the question that they would put the Pango into the mid lane and give it to Young G himself, but I would much rather see him be on the puck and Storm and Invoker and all these jumpy heroes that he truly enjoys. But yeah, actually checking out his repertoire, I don't actually see... Last Pangolier he played an official match. He actually won it, but it was in May of last year, so we don't really know if he's in practice with it or not. As far as I know, I don't see his pub stats so far, so I'd err on the caution of, nah, he's not really playing it so far. But yeah, as Lantana has been performing pretty nicely in place of Crystallize. I am still truly wondering if we're ever going to get back the former Palianizia and Passion UA carry. Actually, how should we say? Revitalizing his career by actually performing really well on the Monty side of things. In the European Pro League Division 2, when we used to have Division 2. But yeah, or since then, not really being that much of a thing, we do focus on just having minor championship tournaments as well. But yeah, that one will be not available for a while. What I can say, off the record, by the way, is Season 36 is just around the corner, so Tier 2 Dota will be constant in your life if you embrace it. But yeah, even during the qualifiers, or we might be taking a skip or a break at giving qualifiers time. Of course, we might as well have our tournaments during the qualifiers, but then accommodate the qualifier schedule as well. Maybe just skipping mid-afternoon games when usually the qualifiers are being played. Most of the time it's from like noon till like later of the evening. Open qualifier season is always the weirder time, but close qualifiers are usually scheduled into the afternoon hours when usually Dota players start getting out of bed. But yeah, side notes and weirdnesses aside, for those of you that are watching Dota for the first time or you have been living under a rock for the past 2 days, 7.41 is out, thus these weirder heroes or unusual picks for you are coming through. But basically, well, Nemiga are picking up the usual suspects as of yet. Winterbear are sticking to the new meta, that is, bringing out the Tusk with the Alchemist, and I would not be surprised if we would see at least 1 or 2 Aghanim Scepters be burned down by Lantana later on down the laning stage. Later after the laning stage is what I'm trying to say. But still, I'm personally still looking for mid laners. Nemiga ban one of each, protecting the Ember Spirit Pig by taking out the Huskar. And as the Beastmaster is addressed as well, Winter Bear do have other options to actually attack the Nemiga lineup. I would not mind a Tide, despite the Pangolier. Similar feelings towards the Mars as well, but since the Mars is banned, I'm still leaning towards the Tide. With Underlord being a potential substitution, if they don't want to deal with the global presence themselves, and still want to go for the Tide in and of itself, Winter Bear could still ban out the Underlord, because I still think it's a decent pick into the offlane, and then Nemiga could be rotating the Ember Spirit into the carry. It's still theorized that it's good, but without the coddle, I would be erring on the side of caution. As yeah, it seems to be that this week's little meta-esque matchup is the Alchemist versus Luna, which Winter Bear will get rid of, but there are alternatives, so I can't even say the Morphling. The good old MMM conversation, the Muerta and the Morphling still being in the pool are perfect options for Nemiga as they pick up their first ranged core in this draft,
10 seconds
leaving Winter Bear out to dry. We'll pick up the Void as to counter out the Puck. And of course, Panda will be absolutely happy, absolutely livid to pick up one of his spirits. I wouldn't have been surprised overall if he would have gone for something like a Queen at this point, but you know, with most of the heroes addressed, I'm just overall not surprised that this is what we get. But yeah, it's a little bit interesting that even though the Queen was an option, he doesn't go for it. It's a good combination between him and Mist, but him opting out of the option in and of itself is not a big surprise. Overall, it's about catching self-hate and making Young G's life a living hell. But yeah, when it comes to the Void and the Ember Spirits, there's usually this notion that the Ember is just outright stronger. But at the end of the day, right now that we just have innates and the Chain Gang just not being a thing anymore, I'm actually wondering which one I would be leaning towards more in this new age spirit dance, so to say. A little bit of a 50-50, where we're all down the line, no matter the spirit matchup we get. I am planning on just, you know, chowing down on a nice coffee and sitting out on a terrace and then just trying to finish out reading out all the spirits and all the heroes and all the patch notes that came out with 741. Despite all that, we will be doing some light reading from time to time as the game goes on. Even tier 1 casters just keep reminding the audience themselves as to the ongoings of drafts. But yeah, blessed we are with a little bit of time to just chill out for ourselves. As the Alchemist, I don't think really needs a little bit more of an introduction. The Grieval's Greed gets buffed by every Aghanim Scepter burned, and actually pretty nice recipients of the Ags in this game so far, so there might be a chance that we get it. As with the intrinsic edge, Void Spirit basically gets that extra gain that it used to get from its old innate, but with the Resonant Pulse just not being that extra strong shield as it used to be. Still upgradable by the Ags, he's my #1 choice for it. The Dying Light becomes the innate for the Phoenix. Basically the Bat Rider with the Smoldering Resin is the same as the Tusk. Just basically retains the better chill And Drinking Buddies becomes a shard upgrade. Now, Ebb and Flow on the Morphling, one component of each is being taken out of the hero. As with a little bit of a yin-yang invasion, neither team is really looking to engage in and of itself. Random chance reduction. Although I've still managed to bash with the greater bash a few Pangoliers in my time, so no matter, the fortune favors the bold. I don't think that will have that much of an effect on me. Foul play on the Shadow Shaman, and of course, Vanille, the good old double trouble. Yeah, pretty much the first Drakiro I've seen in 7.41. As a triple rune catch for Nemiga will hinder Lantana just a little. The contest will pay off for the Dire at the end of the day. As Winter Bear do not go for the invasion themselves. Yeah. For the keen-eyed among you, this draft could actually seem really familiar, the one on the Winter Bear side. As I do believe it was Phoenix and Alk and everything else. But no, I still confuse it. I still think that the Phoenix was on the Alchemist side, but no, it was a white one. Because, well, we did have Ari play the Shadow Shaman. White one was playing a Venomancer Enhancer. A hero kind of overlooked in this draft. But, yeah, as Winter Bear did ban it, along with Nemiga taking out the Viper. I guess no one just wants toxic heroes in this draft, overall. Ooh, we could be bullying Mist into being called the Hedwig Rider, now that the new Harry Potter is coming out. Did they change anything on Hedwig in the new Harry Potter series? Did anyone see? Wait, hold up. Hedwig TV show Harry Potter. Images. Nope, as far as I can tell. He looks pretty much the same. Although, no, these are all the old designs, so... Nope. All I can see is just the old version of it.
Well, I tried. That was
But yeah,
a big bold failure.
sticking to the Alchemist is one thing, but we cannot really actually call it a one-on-one copy of either or. Because the Void Spirit was actually played by Aurora, not Tundra. But, yeah. There's a reason why I was leaning towards the Tide in general.
I have punching for you.
I still think it would have been a nice little play into either or, but as you can tell, Covis 9 just doesn't want to pick it up today for us. It feels weird that with the Pipe of Insight and Crimson Guard being pushed out of the foreground, pushed out of the limelight, a lot of teams would rather just opt in to avoid the big aura carriers in general. But it seems to be the current take on aura carriers just not really being that relevant. But we did see a Bristleback and other options of just carrying out the auras in the previous series. You see Waveform and Mist just showing up against the Morphling. Yeah, so far so good. The Batrider still being a little bit of a hindrance to the Morphling is not that big of a surprise. And the God and Young G. The Ember is bullying the Void to the highest extent of the law. In every sense of the word. so far in the first 3 minutes. We've already seen the Lotus go to the off lanes on both sides. It looks like Ice Frog's balance changes in terms of lane positions. And the pool's positions as well have been proven to be fruitful. The general bullying on the mid lane continues. What the hell? Each wave we are going by, Young G is looking to get a 2 creep advantage in these exchanges. And the Flame Guard is just proving to be the more resilient barrier in and of itself. Panda might actually die here, even though he chose this fate. There's even distribution of the water runes. Panda is looking to survive a little longer, but he'll definitely need a gank if he wants to be successful. As Nemiga are running away with the laning stage this time around. Absolutely an opposite of what we've seen when they were playing against Virtus.Pro. So Young G, cooking hard on this mid lane, will surrender his life to waveform. The main laners will be exchanged fair and square. So Vanill's gank only gets the Phoenix skill. The double-headed dragon is already coming back to play a little more. The 20 mana cost, by some, means that the Jakiro is still absolutely a dominant hero. Although I'm not gonna lie, along with the dual breath, 20 mana is an extreme amount of mana to be used. So early mana economy is going to be detrimental for you. As Vanilla is opting in for the raindrops instead. He's actually going for the Ring of Basilius. Self-hate. He's not having the bestest of times. Yeah. Opting in to skip it for a while also makes sense, right? Because you don't want to overlap the 2 Ring of Basiliuses. They don't stack in terms of the mana regen, so... in that sense, it makes sense that only one of them builds it first. But it's an interesting lane interaction, nonetheless. Where the Jakiro will just need to hold on to as much mana as possible. But yeah, as Young G outzones Panda God, it's time to utilize the siege creep, because the tier 1 tower on the mid lane. At least tank up until the lane creeps arrive. Ariel looking to help out here. But yeah, as soon as the melees are in range, the boys are looking to disengage a little. Panda calling for urgent help here as the light and waveform do come in to assist. MG keeping his distance. Intana goes just too damn far. Yeah, stable concoction. Rather just stuns up the Alk instead. As we're in the middle of the night and Shrines of Wisdoms are going uncontested, we are falling into a rather quiet mid-game, where Young G is just bullying the tier 1 tower out of existence. And Panda is just basically helpless to help out here. Minute 8 and we only have 5 kills on the board. And quoting Tsunami, I'm bored. What, Cobus 9? Sure know the 2 supports are right here behind him, Vanille and Ariel. Opted to help out against the safe lane instead. It just goes to show you, Nemiga have yet to lose a dire game today. So, could this be the 3rd one in a row for them?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. The 8 mana power rune will be up top of the river, waveform will be jumped on. And after the ice path, we'll just keep up this disable. With a little bit of shackle action. Just going straight for a pipe? I guess it's a pipe. Looks like a pipe. Acts like a pipe. But maybe in the long term. He's looking to first finish off the Boots of Bearing. Post drums, he is looking to rotate down onto the bottom where Delight is already gone. But Kovis 9 and Ariel and Vanille are continuing the action. Mist looking to burn down the Jakiro, but with the ice path, it's not that great of a cutoff. Lasso engaged onto Kovis 9 as they will get Vanille as well. Lantana on the runaway, but Young G finds the kill. Immediately back into the mid lane. They lose 3 for the price of 3 technically. Yeah. When the dust settles, it is kind of an even Steven trade. But to be honest with y'all, Self-Hate not dying here is definitely going to be costly. At least the kill count does catch up to the amount of minutes that have passed.
Top tower is under attack.
Monkey Brain neural activation, indeed, as inside the triangle, Young G already hard on the chase. Hard on the case as well. Looking for Phase Boots first. Might try and jump over Panda God, but the Remnant will catch him. Haroon will be up top. It's only an invis, so it can be ignored for a while. Snowball play onto Ariel as Young G stands on by. Ready for a nice little side of fist Searing Chains combination. Waveform looking low, but Young G does not want to continue the engagement until he secures his regen. And the Spirit Dance continues on the mid lane. Young G with the chains looking to lock in. Will dodge out the astral step damage at least. The back and forth continues. No one truly is getting a lot out of this.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
I like how Young G just raised his arm twice and then he's like, nah, screw this. Fire Spirit's in the... It is. I'll just disengage from the... Light. Clearing up the mid lane to the best of his abilities, but Young G was just under vision. So Winterbear might have a good approach here, but the Searing Chains does connect along with the Hex on to the Supernova. They will go, as Ariel might fall for this, but Panda God might just be their next victim. Kovis 9 rolling through as Panda does not have another Astral Step or Disseminate, no nothing, as Lantana came in just to help out, but he's just offering himself on a platter instead. Vanille with the double kill. Nemiga are officially cooking with gas. 1k net worth lead against an Alchemist. We all know what that means. The team that does not have the Alchemist is in the lead. Is as good as the winner of the game. Gaben slightly agreeing with the statement. Not truly, though. But 55% is 55%. Nemiga, well on their way.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah.
Your place is here.
Young G having a little bit of a meet up, fire versus fire, but walking into Firefly. Doesn't really seem like they want to stick around with Mist.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like an Alchemist attempt of the night.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Going pretty okay so far. Despite that one kill on the mid lane.
Dire are scanning.
Radiance could be on a faster timer, but yeah, you're not going to be super mad about this, because the recovery is pretty spectacular and pretty fast, especially if your teammates do get the kill on the enemy carry. Yeah, in Tier 2, we've seen a troll attempt come through from Zero Tenacity. We've seen
Dire's top tower is
an
under
Ursa
attack.
succeed, we've seen the Luna win, we've seen the Weaver lose. We have seen a Lifestealer and a Razor attempt go through.
Radiant's middle tower.
But in the end there, it does seem like the Tundra
is under attack.
and the Yandex matches
Dire's top tower has fallen.
basically do influence as to what boys just want to draft here in the Tier 2 Dota scene. Or Tier 5, whatever. I don't really care which category you put it in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top
No matter
tower
the
is under
stance.
attack.
It could be the potential doorway to Tier 1 Dota if you win these tourneys. As Mist, definitely not going to be thinking about winning for the next 30 seconds. Breaking smoke ganks and breaking streaks. Giving away a little bit too much gold there for self-hate. Nemiga now officially rule the first 3 positions of the network chart. And when you are having an Alchemist draft, that is just not a good idea. The last time something similar has been seen was when Sumail was still on the OG team, when they were playing a 4+1 strategy every time with Sumail. They're just basically setting up the map constantly for the TI5 winner to actually get the game. But Lantana is not looking to catapult to become the anchor of the lineup so far. As we can actually say, Young G's lineup, or actually Young G's build, is actually online by now. And he's got the vessel. He's pretty much a menace on this map for the next 5 minutes or so.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
As Lantana's Radiance is about to be done, the question remains, how much longer until he starts melting things? He queues up the Ags immediately after his Radiance, though, which is a little bit concerning.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm actually curious if he will go for the Grievous Greed. Provides ample damage strikes, or if he will go for the +1 corrosive weaponry slow. Both are pretty good here.
Dire are scanning.
And as Lantana activates the Chem Rage. He is looking to keep his distance and threaten with a little bit of this Acid Storm. I don't know, man. Doesn't seem like a good chase, nonetheless. You do get Young G, sure, but they have Ice Path. Doesn't seem to deter them one way or the other. Flame Break coming out as Vanille seems to be stuck, my friend. Out comes a beautiful Ice Path onto 4 as Kovis 9 tries to go for the rollout. Seems to be successful with that, at least. As Winter Bear will not suffer casualties for the chase. But yeah. Nemiga seem to be just wanting to constantly threaten as much as possible, that they can buy Self-Hate as much time as possible in this lead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And yeah, even though I did say that Lantana is going to have a hard time catapulting into first place immediately. 1 kill and 4 assists on the board for him. Lantana is well on his way to actually finish his first Aghanim Scepter. That in and of itself, though, will push him back on the network chart. So I am a little bit worried as to what we're going to be getting at the end of the day. Yeah, with 9-11 on the scoreboard. Funny number, ha ha ha. Young G is ready to commit to a Lincoln Sphere against the Bat Rider immediately. Oh, the headdress was sold. The Boots of Bearings build-up change? I'm wondering what that headdress was for. I was leaning towards a pipe,
Radiant's
but
bottom tower is under attack.
guessing it will be ignored for later on down the line. Oh, it's not a component of the pipe anymore. Okay, yeah, I keep forgetting this one. You have the shawl now instead of the headdress. Yeah, having sold that one immediately. We are in weird situations between these two teams. Aghanim Scepter number 1 is halfway done for Lantana. Let's see if Winter Bear can utilize a bit more. Actually, more than halfway done. Look at all that gold.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As Nemiga will attempt early Roshan. It will fall. Aegis immediately picked up by the Morphling as Young G will force out the proc and poke of the Supernova Aerial. Gonna get stuck on the back. A self-hate. Will need to try and keep away from the Bat Rider. Good play against Mist as they will shake off the adversary of the Morphling, but with the Walrus Punch, they will secure the break of the Aegis. Mist actually making it out of here is the bonkers play. There's Lantana. Dancing slightly with death, but of course with Chem Rage. He's out heal basically everything.
Thanks.
Yeah, kudos to Lantana. Getting up here to the top of the network chart, but I don't think it's going to be long-lived. I'm going to be curiously awaiting who gets Aghanim Scepter first, now that Lantana has completed it.
Dire are scanning.
Immediately given over to Panda God, the double.
Dire's middle
There's an
tower
impulse.
is under attack.
Along with a nice silence to go with it. Silence will only be 1 second and 1.75 seconds, so overall it's not an overly high value of a buy. And we can already see Lantana pushed back into 6th place overall on the network chart. Coastline and the boys getting the control up top. It's just awkward engagements all around. Tormentor being ignored. And Tier 1 towers just not being properly sieged. Both teams trying to take over territories they don't really have much right to actually be taking.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, no Shrine of Wisdom contest as you would expect. No other catches as Ariel. It's just casual position 4 exchanges. There's not much to write home about. Well, I have 23 kills at 23 at about the start of the 23rd minute of the game. But neither team has much to show for their efforts. I will say, yeah, sure, 2 towers for the exchange of 1, but that mid-tier 1 should be falling soon enough, rather than later. But at least the Tormentor finally falling. And, of course, Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost not having that mana cost anymore. Yeah, I'm curious, though, with the Shard, now they don't share cooldowns. Yeah. That's still the same. But we'll see how much of a buff it is to the Jakiro as Young G. Trying to run away with the haste crew, but you, sir, are not going anywhere.
Dire's middle tower is under
As
attack.
Winter Bear will be looking to engage. Finally take out this Tier 1 tower. About damn time for it, too.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I have watching for you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As we shall see. So far, not so good, not so bad. As soon as the Aghanim Scepter is given over to the Void, Gaben immediately changes his mind and is favoring Nemiga. But can they use this favoritism to their advantage? Because yeah, on one hand, they do get the win probability. That is one thing, but truly what matters is the net worth lead. And they've been holding on to that for quite a while now on the Dire side.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As the Covis 9 Aghanim Scepter will be finished as well. We shall see when Lantana truly wants to join these fights. I want to finish off his BKB. He'll more than likely want to have a blink at least. But even with the increased Revel's greed cap, it will take several minutes until the Alk is back up top. If it'll ever be back up top.
Come and fight me.
Yeah, BKB finished. It looks like Lantana does want to fight, but do you have reach without this blink? Only Waveform and Panda actually having engagements. Young G. Silenced up. Walrus punched and controlled. For the unstable concoction. They will lock him down for a little bit longer, but Young G, you gotta wake up a bit earlier to shut him down like that.
I have bunting for you.
As Waveform is looking for the Ags of his own, Lantana not really willing to make one for him just yet.
We've got pretty good chemistry.
As Waveform decides to pivot back towards the BKB himself. Kind of has been the go-to build for Tusks these days. Phase boots blink or brown boots blink, and then you just immediately go towards this BKB to execute your spells and your plays. I don't truly think that's the be-all and all of the Tusk. There's several other good items. Solar Crest and such, especially if you have ranged heroes in question.
Ta-da!
But maybe. If your team just doesn't want to build them, they're just not going to be addressed. As Redet said, even Steven at minute 26, I'm not gonna lie. Neither team is running circles around the other. And as you know, a little bit of, well, in Hungary you call it donkey math. A little bit of simplification. As long as the Alchemist is behind, the Alchemist lineup is behind of the other one, the win probability should not be swinging towards the Radiant side. No, bad win probability. Bad. Stop. Stay on the Dire.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. There's a hello Cloak of Flames, my old friend. Coastline will be picking up the neutral item and is going for the Octarine Core plus Basher. Maximizes build's effectiveness in fights. We're just basically not having fights in this game so far.
Dire's middle tower is under
A few
attack.
pickoffs here and there, but that's just about it.
Dire are scanning.
Well, yeah. All in all, summary of night number 3. A person died once or twice, but that's about it. Neither team looking for the engagements as, of course, Roshan will not take his sweet-ass time to be back up and alive. Raising us with his presence more than likely towards the top pit. And he's going to be spawning at 30 minutes and 2 seconds by my calculations right now. As the 5-man smoke up, there's going to be a back and forth. Both teams are anticipating an early and fast Roche time, but the trollness of the Aegis Carrier is endless as Panda. Well, with the mass silence onto 3, the Supernova return will break the fight into 2. But at the same time, perfect lasso onto the Morphling. Easy kill on Self-Hate as Lantana continues to control. The Pango is going to be stuck, my bro, as Kovis9 with Swashbuckle looking to buy a bit of time. But the TP will be cancelled. Roll up for the return. Kovis9 is burning. Is burning. And all the assets will be taken.
Step into your future.
Nice attempt at the survival, but of course, it's just gonna be more free money. As Young G was the only one that managed to survive on the Nemiga side. Winter Bear will be taking over the net worth lead for the first time in the whole game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Last tier 1 tower of the game will be the Dire offlane. So with Delight. Also going for the Scythe of Vice. Wait, what? How did you get here? Huh, miscalculations, I guess. "25 seconds left until Roshan takes his walk. An easy catch onto Ariel. We'll give a brief window for Winter Bear to actually take this Roche. We only got 15 seconds for it. It's not going super fast. Let's just be honest here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's well on his way now, or he should be, but with the Walrus Punch they lock him in. They will secure it with the acid spray and such. Maybe it was the extra damage coming out from those greed stacks.
We'll take that.
Yeah, Lantana recovering pretty nicely. Out comes the Orchid. An additional source of pain for both the Morphling and the Ember Spirit long term.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, not gonna lie. Game going pretty much the way as we expected.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lantana gets back up top, then buys that out. Aghanim Scepter, and there's that brief window for Nemiga. But they can't close that window. They are once again on the back foot. Self-Hate going for the Hydra's Breath for now. Last tier 1 tower falls. The Dire Triangle is absolutely up for the grab, but overall, Winter Bear, they're taking their sweet time. They can take the second Tormentor as well if they wish. And overall, neither team is actually looking to be active here.
Dire's structures are fortified.
For the Alchemist lineup, you are more than merry to actually just keep up the farm on Lantana, and then eventually just start grabbing Aghanim Scepters if the team requires it. As on the Nemiga side, of course, you want to get your items online on the Morphling, on the Ember. There will be quite some time until that Aghanim Scepter. Plus, of course, the Hydra's Breath and BKB will be finished off. Double damage rune in the river. Can we just call this double damage again, please? Please? The stupidest name ever in the history of Dota. Hate it so much. Amplify damage rune. A double D rune. What the hell? Why can we call it double Ds? Nut. That's just not fair. Amplified damage rune. Such a lame ass name. Yeah. Naming conventions and complaints aside, the Bat Rider, or actually in this case the Owl Rider, will try and, you know, make Kovis9's life a living hell. With that reveal, and presence check, Nemiga Also don't want to engage thinking that waveform and the others are behind him. Yeah. Nemiga with the smoke setup. They do have it in Vanilli's backpack, so should be an easy rotation if they want it. Looks more and more likely that Panda is coming with a follow-up instead. Is there a reward seen and acknowledged?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mist and Delight are more than happy to clean up. Yeah, 5-man movements on the map by Nemiga. They are officially terrified of what Winterbear are capable of. And with the last minute of the Aegis, we're gonna get our first tier 2 tower pressure for the Winterbear side.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, Ariel, I do appreciate the hustle. Cutting off this wave is just not gonna happen. Wait for him. Keep in contact with the Shadow Shaman. BKB coming out from Ariel. It's a cute idea, but yeah, Mist puts an end to it pretty quickly. Yeah, with the second double catapult wave coming out in just about 15 seconds. Because of course this has to be changed as well. The speedy Dota game continues. No Shrine of Wisdom contest on the bottom side. As Winterbear are just eyeing up tier 2 objectives at this point. One way or the other. It's all quiet on the Western Front at night number 4. Shrines of Wisdom is once again evenly distributed. More likely Lantana will be picking up the one up top. Winterbear, the nice and slow approach. Here we can see Dota players smoked up and approaching their own jungle. Realizing that their home is occupied by the enemy, they will be hunting down the fiery bird. And then move on to Mr. Purple Man with the Remnant. Pushing on next. Remnant on Remnant action, as with the Astral Step escape. Panda will survive, but Young G will still get his pound of flesh, of tusk, that is. And he will take the kill with the slight. All to himself. I truly believe that I'll have to do the David Attenborough mimicking or basically shaming voice for a little bit longer, but apparently Young G just had enough having this Aghanim Scepter at hand. But as the Alchemist is just not willing to build a second Aghanim Scepter, I guess Lantana just doesn't want to have extra 6 damage, or extra 18 damage in that case. But yeah, finishing the Bloodthorn definitely takes priority. As he is going for the Abyssal Blade as well. Just shut down a target of his choice. Winterbear still having the teamfight advantage, but Nemiga basically having the late game advantage. Neither team just wants to engage. For the past 10 minutes or so, we've... Yeah, no, the last 10 minutes have been quite chill, except for this one last fight around the Roshan, where Winterbear have been victorious. But ever since then, it's been pretty chill. Especially from the Winterbear side. They'll be poking and prodding at towers and objectives from time to time, but beyond Aegis, I don't think these teams should be fighting one way or the other. It will be an awkward engagement. One way or the other, we will find out in 44 seconds. Post-pause. when Roshan is going to respawn. But we can look forward to a fight. That's what effectively it means. Fun take from Vanille. 3, 4, and 10 on both Waveform and Vanille so far in this game. Is there other... Oh no, self-hate. No. No. No, ignore it. It's almost a funny number. There, I do believe there was a funny chatter out there back when we were still on the other platform. Said the reason Self-Hate has the 34me gamer tag is because he added the last 2 digits of 322. I do reminisce about that one from time to time. But maybe he's just a big Solo fan. What can you do?
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower.
Despite the meminess of the joke and Solo basically immortalizing the number into the mind of Dota players, not sadly, which is a true reality. Sadly, not everyone disagrees with Solo's decision to actually throw matches, and still the practice is pretty much well known. Although our EPL CEO and admin pretty much pride themselves on the fact that they do have a lot of good relations with betting sponsors, so the chance of 322 should be less. But one thing's for certain, someone is going to die, and we did talk about the Roche timing around this play. Well, even though Roche is snoozing, the fight just keeps going, and even though with the Supernova pop, the 2 buybacks coming out from the supports on Winter Bear might ensure a little more here. No core on Winter Bear was harmed during that fight. But all Nemiga got, all Nemiga lost was basically Ariel, the Shadow Shaman. Okay, so we can go on with the Rick and Morty quotes. It's just supports killing supports, I guess. With no Roche threat, self-hate. They will be finding the morph, but that is the first dieback of the game. Namely on Waveform. Killed by a Waveform. Damn. It's like fighting fire with fire. Fight Waveform with Waveform. I had the most deepest feeling of the poeticness of that, but I guess, you know, it's on his gravestone at this point. As we are 40 minutes into play, Roshan still hitting the snooze button. Nemiga. Like, oh, the enemy committed so much shit for this fight. And there's not even Roche for us to take. Lantana. Looking to continue to increase his wealth. We'll be going in for the shard first. Of course, with the Berserk Potion, things will be on the up and up. But for how much longer?
Never refuse gold given.
Radiant are scanning.
5-man smoke up coming out for Winter Bear. Good with the catch, or is it? Young G. Hypnotized, controlled. They will try and get the Ember, and they will be successful. As he's doing his back flippity flips, he will go down. The Remnant thrown out by Young G. He will be returning to his dead body as he dives on to Lantana and the Light. Selfie gets the control on the Alchemist. Young G gets the control on the Phoenix, as they will find Panda God as well. Double kill for the Morph, which grants them Roshan. Technically it did grant them Roshan 2 minutes ago, but Winter Bear finally overextend into the Dire Jungle and will bite off a bit too much compared to what they can chew. With that, I do believe the Aegis should go to the Ember, but they give it over to Self-Hate instead. Might be a bit of a mistake if you ask me, but it is what it is.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah. This Age's advantage and Nemiga once again back in control.
Has fallen.
As they actually have more Aghanim Scepters already used compared to what Winter Bear have burned down themselves so far. Waveform now having the kickback does have the chance to relocate people in more favorable positions. And a self-hate is covered. There aren't any buybacks as this high ground is being approached. Radiant doesn't really have much to offer here, unless they win this next fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not opting to wait for Panda. Opting for a forward position, kick back onto the morph. We'll try and take on self-hate, but immediately spells thrown out into their faces. Missed. Pauses up the game. Lag as usual at the beginning of the game. Young G, his BKB will be popped. Knowing full well that that could have been strategizing during that packet loss claim. Nemiga will be backing off.
Is under attack.
Back to net worths it is. Sit back and relax, because high grounds are just not going to be attacked. I guess everyone took Quinn's takes too seriously. Never do high ground ones. There are uneven grounds as Covis 9. Immediate roll up into miss. They will take out the Batrider with ease. As Young G looking for contact with the remnants. Immediate disengage as Covis 9. There isn't much escape from him as Waveform looks to connect with the ice shards and snowball of his own. What does the Morphling Aghanim Scepter give now? Yeah, this still sucks. Honestly, just give back the version where you could cast it on your allies. Give me double X mark to spot. Give me double fissure. Give me the funnies. Morphling's Aghanim Scepter hasn't been the same ever since that was changed. And this illusion version is like, eh. Yeah, cool. Kind of BS, I'm not gonna lie. Speaking of BS, of course it is late game Morphling, and there doesn't seem to be much that Winter Bear can be offering into it. There's a supernova to be had, but Lantana still keeping his fair distance. Panda approached, waveform play into the Phoenix, and as the Phoenix disengages, or disappears actually, Panda and Lantana try and go in, but Hexed up controlled with the Falcon is just dead for 100. GG will be called as Nemiga will take their third game in a row. I am in awe as to how Nemiga are playing these games. No sweat, no take. They took an hour of rest and they are back fresh to actually take on Winter Bear. And Winter Bear just basically not being able to execute the Supernova draft as well as it could have been. But at the very, very same time, the sheer fact that this Pangolier is just not impressing me at all is just baffling to me. But yeah, still, even though I am just massively criticizing the Pango and its performances, Covis 9 has been rock solid at finding engagements for him and Ariel and Vanille to actually take. I'm not gonna lie, Winter Bear, it's just a massively split build without much cohesion, besides the one Aghanim Scepter exception. I'm just a little bit torn as to where Winter Bear were thinking that this game was going and where they were trying to take it. With them just basically, oh, okay, we lost the early late game. Let's just back off with Aegis in our hands and with our legs between our tails. This just didn't seem like the Winter Bear we were used to. But yeah, even yesterday they pushed it to the distance and they actually pulled out the W. Let's see if Winter Bear can do it 2 nights in a row. Or will Nemiga just actually cut us nice, short, and sweet and finish off with the 2-0 once again.